Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. As we begin, I ask you to put your left fist in the air. Mientras comenzamos, te voy a pedir que pongas el puño izquierdo arriba. Y conmigo, recordemos, todos somos Kilmar.
Todos somos Kilmar.
We are all Kilmar.
We are all Kilmar.
Todos somos Kilmar.
Todos somos Kilmar.
Aquí,
Aquí,
ahora,
ahora
y siempre.
y siempre.
Right here,
Right here,
right now,
right now,
and always.
and always.
Muchísimas gracias. My name is Lydia Walter Rodriguez, and I am the Chief of Organizing and Leadership with CASA. Mi nombre es Lidia Walter Rodríguez, y soy la encargada de organizar y liderazgo con CASA. Today we are back again outside the U.S. District Court, rallying alongside community members, faith leaders, and legislators. El día de hoy estamos de nuevo enfrente de la Corte del Distrito de los Estados Unidos. Estamos aquí con miembros de la comunidad, con legisladores, y también estamos aquí con líderes espirituales. We are demanding justice, not just for Kilmar Abrego Garcia, but for the very principles that define democracy. Estamos aquí no solamente demandando justicia para Kilmar Abrego Garcia, sino demandando justicia por la democracia. The principles that include due process, fairness, and the right to defend yourself if you are being accused. Los principios que hablan de poder defenderte, tener tu día en corte si estás siendo acusado. While no decision will be heard in today's hearing, it is a crucial step indeed in the long fight to free Kilmar and to prevent his deportation. Mientras el día de hoy no vamos a tener resultados concretos, la audiencia es significante para asegurar la lucha para liberar a Kilmar y también para prevenir su deportación. And again, this case is not just about one man. It is about the integrity of the U.S. Constitution. Y de nuevo quiero repetir que este caso solamente no se trata de un hombre, sino de nuestro poder de defender nuestra Constitución. We need to continue to raise collective conscience as we continue to witness the inhumane retaliation by our government to a man and his family who are simply demanding due process. Tenemos que continuar a alzar la conciencia colectiva con nuestra gente de lo que estamos siendo testigos en este caso. Estamos viendo la inhumanidad y el tratamiento injusto de terror contra un hombre y su familia por simplemente demandar su día en corte. Thank you. Kilmar's wife, Jennifer, cannot be here today, but she wanted to make sure that her voice was heard. La esposa de Kilmar no pudo estar aquí el día de hoy, pero quería asegurarse que su voz sea escuchada. Jennifer shares that since her husband Kilmar was detained on August 25th and once again separated from his children, it has been a very hard time for the family. Jennifer comparte desde que su esposo fue detenido de nuevo el 25 de agosto y separado de nuevo de sus hijos, ha sido un tiempo extraordinariamente difícil para la familia. They worry every day for him, especially with the continued threats by this administration to deport him to another country. Todos los días se preocupan por Kilmar, especialmente porque siguen siendo acosados y amenazados que lo van a deportar a otro país. Jennifer shares that her family's faith in God is what will continue to keep them strong. Jennifer comparte que su fe en Dios es lo que la está manteniendo fuerte al lado de su familia. And she wanted me to close by showing so much appreciation for those of you who are standing here today and those of you who are at home continuing to hear this story. Ella quiere finalizar dándole las gracias a todas las personas que continúan a apasionarse por Kilmar y todas las personas que nos están escuchando en sintonía y siguen hablando de esta historia. You are the keepers of Kilmar's promise. And through your fight and demand for the liberation for all who are detained, justice will prevail. Ustedes son los que continúan la promesa de Kilmar y a través de sus esfuerzos y luchas, justicia va a llegar. Jennifer's words and continued fight are a testament of resilience, hope, and the belief that justice could be a reality if we just keep fighting. Las palabras de Jennifer son un testamento de resistencia, esperanza y un creer que justicia puede llegar si simplemente continuamos a luchar. But her message also underscores a painful truth. Pero su mensaje también revela una realidad dolorosa. Families like Kilmar are being torn apart, not because of guilt, but because of racism, charged with acts of systemic retaliation by this administration. Familias como Kilmar continúan a ser separadas, no porque son culpables de algo, pero sino por el racismo y las cargas sistémicas contra nuestra comunidad, por esta administración. The way our government continues to treat Kilmar will define who we are as a nation. La forma que nuestro gobierno continúa a tratar a Kilmar nos va a definir como país. This is why we must never stop fighting. Esta es la razón porque tenemos que continuar a luchar. Because if we ignore these injustices, the next family politically persecuted in this way will be yours. Porque si ignoramos lo que está pasando en este caso y las injusticias que están viviendo, la próxima familia perjudicada políticamente por este gobierno va a ser la tuya. Before we continue this program today, I want to call all of our faith leaders who are here with us. Let's give them a great round of applause. Antes de continuar el programa hoy, vamos a darle un gran aplauso a todos nuestros líderes espirituales que están conmigo el día de hoy. I want to call Pastor Jeanette from Hope Lutheran Church, who will lead us in a community prayer. Quiero llamar a la pastora Jeanette de la iglesia Hope Lutheran Church, que nos va a liderar con una oración.
Good morning. Buenos días. Before I say my prayer, I just have a couple of things that I like to say. And I'm sorry. Good morning. Before I start my prayer, I just have a couple of things of why I am here. As a child of God and follower of Jesus Christ, who emphasizes the importance of justice, compassion, and service to others, particularly in addressing societal injustices, I'm here answering God's call as an instrument of change and love in the world. We are to learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed. This is required of us in loving our neighbor, which we are called to do as God teaches us to do. Amen. And what does the Lord require of humanity in loving our neighbor? To act justly, love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God. God's message is clear. A just society reflects God's character, and God's people are called to confront systems of oppression and inequality. Jesus declared his mission, quoting Isaiah, "The Spirit of the Lord is on me because he has anointed me to proclaim God's news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim freedom for the prisoners and recovery of sight for the blind, and to set the oppressed free, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." He said, "Truly I tell you, whatever you do for one of these, the least of these, brothers and sisters of mine, you did it for me." So I am here standing with the vulnerable Kilmer and Jennifer and their family, and anyone that this government has decided to target, because that's what they're doing. They're targeting us that don't look like them or don't feel like them. And we have to understand that we are not alone, because the Lord is always with us. I want to thank every one of you who is here answering the call to address social injustices. For this call is not just for a select few, but for everyone. For love and injustices transcends boundaries of race, class, and religion. So we are called to take action, to serve others through the acts of kindness, advocacy, and a systemic change, and trusting God for guidance. Answering this call embodies love and justice in our daily lives. We become the light in a world that desperately needs hope and healing. And for those that do not speak English, quickly in Spanish, como hija de Dios y seguidora de Jesucristo, que enfatiza la importancia de la justicia, la compasión y el servicio al prójimo, particularmente al abordado las injusticias sociales, estoy aquí respondiendo al llamado de Dios para actuar como instrumento de cambio y amor en el mundo. Debemos aprender a hacer el bien, buscar la justicia, defender a los oprimidos. Eso se nos exige al amar al prójimo. ¿Y qué exige el Señor de la humanidad? Al amar al prójimo, practicar la justicia, amar la misericordia y humillarnos ante nuestro Dios. El mensaje de Dios es claro. Una sociedad justa refleja el carácter de Dios, y su pueblo está llamado a enfrentar los sistemas de opresión y desigualdad. Enseñanzas de Jesucristo sobre la justicia son que el ministerio de Jesús se caracterizó por su preocupación por los pobres, los enfermos y los marginados. Desafía las normas sociales y exigió amor e inclusión radicales. And that is it. So let us pray and thank God that we are not alone. We not only have the presence of God with us, but we also have the presence of each other in supporting not only Kilmar, but all of the people that are marginalized and are unjustly treated. So, precious Lord, we thank you. We thank you because, again, we know that we are not alone. You are with us, and you're always looking to see where we need our extra help. We thank you for the canopy that you have put over us, blessing us with joy, peace, and always knowing that where there is no justice, there is no peace.
That's right.
So we ask you that you give us extra peace and comfort that only can come from you. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor Jeanette. Muchísimas gracias. Continuamos el programa de hoy invitando a nuestra concejal y vicepresidente, Crystal. We will now hear from the Vice President Chair of Prince George's Council, Crystal.
Thank you. And thank you just for everyone that's here this morning. Because when we fight, we win. Come on, when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. And we aren't going to stop fighting till he's home. And so everyone that has been kidnapped, unjustly taken from this country, from their family, is home. And for me, as many people know, my father was born in Kenya. He immigrated to this country where he met my mother in college. And so as a first-generation American and elected official, I understand the story of immigration. And it's one that has been such a story of pride in my life because it's filled of sacrifice, yes, and struggles, but pride and love for your family and hard work. It is what every immigrant stands for. Not the propaganda that this administration is propping up, calling hardworking, loving families criminals, demonizing them. Because the goal is to make it easy. We know the history of this nation. It wasn't too long ago they demonized people that look like me so that they wouldn't see us as human beings, to justify the enslavement of people. So let's be careful and mindful of the propaganda that they're spilling today. The goal is to make it easier for people to sleep at night while they hear children cry, while they see children locked in cages, while they see families torn apart. The goal is to make it easier for those that do nothing to sleep at night, to say they are different than me. They are other. They are less than human. They are criminals. They don't deserve the Constitution. They don't deserve the American dream. That is what they're doing. And so we have to rally strongly and boldly and loudly and say that is not true. To show the humanity of every single person that they are stripping away from this country. And that is what we are doing here today. The reality is that the Constitution is for every person. You don't get to pick and choose who has due process.
That's right.
And that is what they're trying to do. The reality is that he was kidnapped,
That's right.
stolen from his family, not given the due process that is the foundation of this country. And the reality is, we are here to say no more.
That's right.
No more.
No more.
And the reality is also, we have to face the ugly truth. When we talk about immigration, this is not for everyone that immigrates to this country. They are targeting Black and brown communities.
That's right.
We are being targeted and deported at higher numbers than any other group. That's a fact. We all saw what happened in Chicago on the news and what that community looked like and who they were targeting. And the reality is, and I want to speak to just my Black brothers and sisters for a moment. There's also this idea to tell us to sit down, to not fight, to let this be someone else's fight, to divide communities of color. And I'm telling you now, that is a dangerous, slippery slope that we are on as a community. And if we do not stand for our brothers and sisters right now, there will be no one left to stand for us. Do not think they're going to stop with this one community. Do not think they're going to stop with immigrants. The goal is to make us too weak to fight.
That's right.
To continue to break at us chip by chip. And that is why it's so important that we fight now while we have the strength and the unity to do it. Because what is the shutdown about? What is people losing their jobs about? What is stripping down WIC and SNAP about? What is it about defunding education? It is how can we crumble people so much that they are fighting only for food and shelter and not their rights.
That's right.
So while we still have the ability and the will in our body that God has given us, stand up, fight boldly, fight strongly, fight loudly, and not just for you, but for the humanity of this country. Thank you.
Todos somos Kilmer. Todos somos Kilmer. Todos somos Kilmer. We are all Kilmer. Right here. Right now. And always. Apóyenme a invitar al reverendo Vandercourt, the Pilgrimage United Church of Christ, quien nos va a cerrar con una oración. Please help me to welcome Reverend Vandercourt from Pilgrim United Church of Christ, who will lead us in a closing prayer.
Let us pray. Loving God, you have loved and received all of your martyrs, from the first to the last. Oh God, but we ask you at this time for our brother Kilmar. Do not let us let our brother Kilmar be a martyr. Señor Dios, tú has querido, has amado a todos tus mártires desde el principio hasta el final. Pero no nos dejes, Señor, dejar a nuestro hermano Kilmar que se convierta en un mártir. We will not let our brother Kilmar be a martyr. We will bring him home. Dios, danos el poder de traer a Kilmar a la casa para que no se haga un mártir. He should be with his family, he should be with his community, él debe estar en la casa con su comunidad, con sus hijos, with his children. Give us strength, oh God, danos fuerza, oh Dios. Give us power, oh God, danos poder, oh Dios, to resist, a resistir, to love, para amar, and to fight, y para luchar, so that justice is done, not just for Kilmar, but for every one of our siblings in Christ in this unjust and brutal system. Para que se haga la justicia para cada hermano y hermana detenido o detenida, oprimido o oprimida por este sistema injusto. In the name of Jesus, en el nombre de Jesús, in the name of all that we hold sacred, en nombre de todo lo que mantenemos sagrado, we pray, oremos. Amén.
All right, everyone. So I want to do a small little picket line, just kind of go around in a circle, do some chants. And then if you want to funnel into the courtroom, that is fine. No cell phones allowed. Okay, so just if you have a cell phone, go put it in your car because I'm not going to hold 100 cell phones. Sorry. No cell phones, no smartwatches, nothing is allowed in the courtroom. And we'll have, if you have a sign, you can just put it off here to the side. But we're just going to do just a very small little picket line, right? Get some energy going, and then let's go inside and support. All right? Si se puede? All right. Who's going to lead us in our little picket line? No? Come on, y'all. Come on. Where's Viviana? Where's the... Oh, there you go. The pastor's going to lead us in. Yeah, just a little run. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
What do we want?
Oh, they're gonna sing?
Oh, they're
Okay, never mind. The choir's gonna lead us in a song.
How are you?
Caminando. Like everyone is standing still waiting to see what, but it's basically happening.
We are human. 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 Gonna do it. Gonna be working in the Now I'm gonna, excuse me. Now I'm gonna say, what do we want? And we say, due process. What do we want? 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 Due process. I can hear you. What do we want? Due process. 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 Now we're gonna say, what do we want? What do we want? Justice for Kilmar. 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 I can hear you. What do we want? Justice for Kilmar. 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 Now in Spanish. ¿Qué queremos? Justicia para Kilmar. 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 Justicia para Kilmar.
Yeah, I helped out there. Scotty.
Yeah.
And Caitlin.
From where?
The banner.
Oh, she's cool.
Yeah. She was really, I didn't even show her much. Yeah. She's a lot of energy.
She does.
I didn't even really show her much stuff. We just were like talking.
Yeah.
It was just, I've never talked to her before, so it was nice to chat.
She'll come down occasionally for stuff, but I've seen her here when I do
After we were talking about that because I'm working on a horse racing project. I'm doing that for school, so that was fun to chat with her about. And then just like her story stuff and like building connection with people.
Hey guys, not a big deal right now, but
Oh yeah.
side frame.
Oh, sorry.
Not a big deal.
Some people their story is their story.
I know. I never share, even like for my Instagram subject to my Facebook, so that my family knows my Instagram is my and I don't share very much of stuff. Because we would have to do it just in no comments. I don't really share my football and like that stuff.
That was in everybody's stream though. It was in everybody's.
It rolling and sound
Yes.
Without an incident. I like this bread situation. What do you got going on?
I stole it from my mother.
Actually, a 90s diva.
Yes.
Surely.
Yes. And
The 90s are probably really kind of.
I realized that the top of my head was really greasy.
It's increasing. It looks like she's healthy and shiny. You know what I mean? Like
The shiny is low.
it was then I knew exactly where I thought you were.
Well, we had one out there and they were literally
This is poison.
No, actually. Well, I went a little tighter because I can only get this. No,
I was talking about our
it's right under the legs.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like,
If it goes right under the
No, really big. Me walking down this cafe. YouTubers say this is unfiltered. I cannot wait to see it.
They don't turn it on until he's like.
Thank you.
That's what they do. I think that's.
I was gonna say, I feel like you know me well enough at this point for me to be like, it's a shoot. I mean, I was in that one.
watching at home, I want you to look at the real facts. And I'm going to try to here in a very abbreviated summary manner to present those to you. And the facts are very clear. Okay, so the first fact is by way of reminder, how did we get here? Why is Washington tied into a knot right now? Well, I became Speaker almost 2 years ago, and I was frustrated, as most rank-and-file members of Congress are, frustrated about how Congress really doesn't work that well for the American people. That's why people are frustrated about it. We don't spend money responsibly here. We haven't for many years. And the reason for that is because typically, for the annual funding of the government, it's done in a back room. Literally, there's a deal made by the top 4 leaders in Congress, and that's hoisted upon the members, usually at the end of the year, right before a holiday, in an omnibus spending bill. Sometimes the bills are thousands of pages long, and it's always said that few members have fully read it or understood it. That's largely true because they weren't involved in the process. So when I became Speaker, I've been doggedly determined to make this House and the Senate work again, to do right by the American people, to get the process, to rebuild the muscle memory, to get back to the way it is supposed to work. And what does that mean? It means that Congress is supposed to carefully deliberate over 12 separate appropriations bills every year. Why? Because we divide the spending of the taxpayers' funds into 12 categories so that everybody can go through that. And all the elected members, the duly elected representatives of the people, can come here and have a debate and a discussion. We do that through the Appropriations Committee, they're the specialists on it. The members of the House and Senate who work on it around the clock, 365, every day of the year. And then they put together a product, it goes to the full body in the House and then the full body in the Senate, and they work on that together, and they come up with the most efficient and effective way that they can build consensus around to spend the taxpayers' funds. Well, we started that process back this year, and I'm so proud to tell you that we're rebuilding the muscle memory. It's like pushing a boulder uphill, but we've got it done. And we worked 12 separate appropriations bills through the House Appropriations Committee. I mean, they worked hard in a bipartisan fashion, Republicans and Democrats. They worked on it steadily. We got 3 of those bills on the floor. We debated them on the floor. We passed them on the House floor. And we sent that over to the Senate. Meanwhile, the Senate passed 3 of their own bills off the floor. That hasn't happened around here in many years. And all that process that I just described takes a lot of time, a lot of work, and energy and effort. And our appropriators, while they were working in good faith, they ran out of time. Why? Because the end of the fiscal year is September 30th, not December 31. And so the clock was just running out. So what we did, because Republicans are in charge of both houses right now, is the responsible thing. Leader Thune in the Senate and I in the House, we sat down with our appropriators and we said, let's come up with a simple stopgap measure to keep the lights on and keep the government open so that appropriators can finish this very healthy process for the people they represent. And so we put together a very simple, clean, continuing resolution. Why do we say it's clean? Because there's nothing to it. It's 24 pages. It's the bare minimum. It just says, keep the status quo, which, by the way, for all my Democrat friends, is the Biden-era policies and spending that we haven't been able to fix yet. We're in the process of getting appropriations done to repair all that, but we needed more time to do it. So, in a bipartisan fashion, Democrats and Republicans got together and said, you know what? Fine, let's extend this until November 21st. The Democrats in the House agreed to that. That was the date. We put that bill on the floor. We passed it out of the House in bipartisan fashion. And we sent it over to the Senate. Well, now we expected, I thought, that Chuck Schumer would do what he's always done. The man has served in Congress 3/4 of my life, I think. And he has given impassioned speeches over the year, most recently in March of this year, that you have to fund continuing resolutions. You can't shut the government down because it's irresponsible and painful to the American people. He was right in March. He is not right today. Which leads me to fact number 2. Fact number 1 was how we got here. Fact number 2 is why are we in this mess? Why did Chuck Schumer change his tune? And why is he now saying exactly the opposite of what he said 6 months ago? A picture's worth 10,000 words, okay? This is a copy of the Washington Examiner. Zoom in on that, all right? You can't see this at home. I just had this on my desk in a big stack. I found it. This is March. This is published March of 2025, March 26th exactly. There's a picture of Chuck Schumer looking very upset, very angry, walking out with a box, and all the House Democrats depicted their character saying that he's an enemy of democracy. Why is he an enemy of democracy? Because the far left base in the Democrat Party has turned on Chuck Schumer because he did the responsible thing to get the lights on. Why? Because they want him to show a fight against President Trump. So Schumer doesn't want to be in this situation again. So he said, my gosh, he got his staff together and he got the far left wing of the party. He said, what do you want? What do you want me to fight on? So they created a red herring. A red herring is a distraction. They decided that they would pick a fight on health care. Let me look right into the camera and tell you very clearly, Republicans are the ones concerned about health care. Republicans are the party working around the clock every day to fix health care. This is not talking points for us. We've done it. A big part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut, was to fix health care. Health care is broken in America. It's too expensive. The quality of care needs to rise. We need more access for more people, and we have lots of ideas to do that. But that issue is for debate in the next 3 months. It always was. We have members working on that. The tax credit, the subsidy you've heard about that expires December 31st, there's a lot of thoughtful debate and discussion that has already been going on about that and will go on about that. But that's a December 31 issue. So Chuck Schumer is scrambling. He has to have an issue. None of their policies are very popular. So they decided to lob onto health care. And he decided to claim to all of you that that is the issue with government funding. It is not. They're two totally separate things. The clean continuing resolution would simply keep the lights on so that the members in the House and Senate can have those debates on health care. We were always planning it. We have lots of ideas on the table on how to fix it. But we don't yet have consensus on it because it's very, very complicated. We have time to do it. The month of October is a critically important time for us to get the House and Senate working on that very issue. But they're delaying it because they needed a red herring. So in his desperation, it's a fact number 3. In his desperation, they decided to create the red herring. They decided to claim that this is all about health care, which the September funding issue never was. That's a December policy issue. He tried to create it as a September funding issue. And in his desperation, they hastily filed an outrageous counter proposal. It is a wild wish list of big government liberal nonsense that we can't do. Their priorities that they crammed into this. Now remember, a simple 7-week stopgap funding measure, the CO, that we passed out of the House in bipartisan fashion, was sent over. And Chuck Schumer filed a counter proposal. Now this is his words, not mine. These are not Republican talking points. These are the facts. 2 exhibits real quick, as I've shown you before. This is page 57, an excerpt of his bill, section 2141, where you see right there that they want to repeal the health subtitle of the Big Beautiful Bill. The One Big Beautiful Bill. The Republicans got signed into law July 4th. The Working Families Tax Cut, we're so proud of that because there's so many amazing things for all the American people. A marquee piece of legislation. But among the most important were the reforms that we did to healthcare. Why? Because Medicaid, for example, is broken. Medicaid doesn't work well. It's underfunded and it was full of fraud, waste, and abuse. And we took our opportunity to fix that. And we did. So what did we do? We went into Medicaid and we said, we got to stop the waste and abuse. We got to make sure that illegal aliens are not on Medicaid. Medicaid is intended for U.S. citizens only, not illegals who break our law and come over the border. And we've got to make sure that young, able-bodied men who do not have dependents are working and not riding the wagon. Work is good for individuals. It's good for the communities they live in. It's good for their own well-being and for the people around them. And so we said, don't sit on your couch and play video games. By the way, also not a talking point. There was an AEI study, I think one of the organizations that pulled this, and most of these young men who are not working are sitting around literally playing video games. Get back to work. So we put that in the law. And the big thing was making sure that an estimated 1.4 million illegal aliens are no longer riding that wagon either. Why? Because Medicaid had to be strengthened. Medicaid is intended for the elderly, the disabled, and young pregnant women, as I use an example, who are in difficult situations. They need the resources desperately, but the resources are being drained by people who were never intended to be there. So Republicans got busy and fixed it. We put it in the Big Beautiful Bill. So, back to fact number 3, I guess I'm still on. Chuck Schumer files a counter proposal and says, we want to reverse all that. Well, among the effects, among the things that you would reverse, is putting illegal aliens back on the program. Don't take my word for it. Look at the evidence. We're here at Exhibit B. This is the list of the actual provisions that would be reversed if Chuck Schumer's language was voted on and passed. Among those, it would end. See, these are the provisions, the Working Families Tax Act. These are the provisions of our bill that did each of these things. We ended Medicaid funding for most non-citizens. They would reverse that, and it would cost American taxpayers, hard-working Americans, an estimated $6.2 billion. And you see, you just go down the list. The California loophole, you know what they did in California? Gavin Newsom and the team out in California? They expanded Medicaid to cover all able-bodied illegal alien adults. These men who could be working or whatever, I mean, they're not even citizens. Never intended by Congress. They put that on the tab of the taxpayer. And so we reversed it. Chuck Schumer would repeal that. He would repeal those repairs. And this is what it would cost you. Do the math. I won't go through each line, but it's on the website, speaker.gov. You can pull this up. It amounts to $192 billion. $192.8 billion. So almost $200 billion that Chuck Schumer wants to put back in. Also, by the way, while he's repealing our health subtitle, he would also repeal the $50 billion that Republicans put into the bill to support our rural hospitals around the country. Why would Chuck Schumer do that? Because he's desperate for political cover. Let me keep going on this. By the way, these are enhanced COVID-era spending under Joe Biden for all this healthcare stuff. It was stolen, fraud, waste, and abuse, rife throughout the programs, and we fixed it, and they want to reverse that. By the way, this has always been what the Democrats wanted to do. You all remember, I know, the 2020 presidential election. We've all seen the video over the last week or so, where they asked every single candidate for the Democrat nomination on the stage running for president, is it your intention to give health care to illegal aliens who come into the country? Every single one of them raised their hands, including Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and that explains a lot of this. All right. That's the facts. And I went on all the shows, I've been on all the programs, as many as I can, to just lay this out. And on some of these programs have been followed by Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries back and forth. Not one time have they been able to refute what they themselves put in writing. I hope that you will ask them about this. I hope that you will ask them, if it is indeed not your intention, why did you say that? Why did you do that? This is a key part of what they put into their counter proposal, which, by the way, amounts to $1.5 trillion in new spending that they want to strap onto a 7-week, simple, 24-page stopgap measure to keep the lights on so you can do our work. Fact number 5, don't ask me, because here's the answer. Why aren't you negotiating? There's nothing for us to negotiate. The House has done its job. The House Republicans right now are working hard in their districts all around the country. They're meeting their constituents' needs. They're going and explaining and providing the answers, and they're trying to help them navigate through this madness. Some of our Republican colleagues, we had a big conference call on Saturday. Many of them are working throughout. They're making trips to all their rural hospitals in their district to help them navigate and access this fund that Chuck Schumer is trying to take away. Republicans are on the job. We want to improve health care. We have ideas and plans to do that, to fix the COVID level madness and adjust Obamacare so that it works for more people, so you have higher access to care and the costs are reduced. And so they're doing that right now, but there's nothing for us to negotiate or to debate right now, because the House already did that. The House did its job. We passed our bill. We did the job to keep the government open, and now it's on the Senate Democrats. And that's the final fact, and I'll take your questions. Fact number 6, hold on, wait. It's just a tease. The ball, I have to finish my case. Here's my closing argument. The ball is in the court of the Senate Democrats. There's only a handful of people in the country who can solve this problem. There's 47 Democrats. Well, 46 and one who caucuses independent, I think. I lose track. But there's about 47 of them that caucus together as Democrats, okay? Here's the problem, remembering from civics. We don't have enough Republican votes to fix this. Because it takes 60 votes in the Senate to break this impasse, to open the government. There's only 53 Republicans in the Senate. We need some Democrats to be thoughtful and responsible and do the right thing. Because why? Because real people are being hurt in all these political games. As Chuck Schumer is trying to cover himself and not have a series of articles like this, okay? That's why this is happening. They're Chuck Schumer represents of electing Marxists. They're about to elect an actual Marxist as the mayor of New York City, the once cradle of capitalism, the largest city in America. It's stunning. And I think it's stunning to Chuck Schumer too, because while he's a far-left politician, he's not nearly as far-left as these guys, as they want him to be. And so he's trying to find political cover, and in doing that, he's hurting real American people. Who's being hurt? Women, infants, and children on their nutritional programs that are now stalled. Veterans' health services that they desperately need and demand. Go down the list. We've got our troops, Border Patrol agents, TSA agents serving, trying to protect America without pay right now. Half the federal civilian workforce is effectively laid off right now, furloughed. They can't go to work. They don't have the money. Chuck Schumer, for political cover, decided to turn off the funds, and real people are getting hurt. FEMA services. I keep saying this because I live in a hurricane state. We're in the middle of hurricane season, and flood insurance policies cannot be renewed or purchased right now because Chuck Schumer's playing political games. This is for real pain for real people. I can't go on. There are articles written the last 2 days. Some of your outlets wrote about low-income Medicaid or Medicare recipients, for example, who have been able to receive health care at home because we expanded that through telehealth and all that. All that is shut down. Yet people with autoimmune deficiencies who are also disabled, they cannot go visit the doctor's office. So thankfully, mercifully, they've been able to be treated at home. But all that just stopped. So people are canceling their health appointments with their physicians. It is vitally important for them to stay alive because Democrats over here are playing games. We have one plea and one plea alone. We need a handful of Democrats to stop the madness, reopen the government, so that we can get to these critical debates about the year-end policy decisions with regard to the further reforms to health care. Plain and simple, that's where we are. That's the facts, and everybody can draw their own conclusions. Don't listen to the words of politicians. Look at the actual evidence and the facts. And I think the case is very clear. Yes, sir, could you stand up? Go ahead.
Jeffrey just challenged you to a debate on the House floor today. Do you see yourself debating him, or would you?
When the poll says that about 13% of the people approve of your messaging, then you make desperate pleas for attention, and that's what Hakeem Jeffries has done. Look, my friend Hakeem had his shot. We debated all this on the House floor, as you know, before we passed our bill. He spoke for 7 or 8 minutes. He had all of his colleagues lined up. They gave it their best shot. They argued and they stomped their feet and screamed at us and all that. And still, we passed the bill in bipartisan fashion and sent it over to the Senate. The House has done its job. I'm not going to let Hakeem try to pretend for these theatrics. I mean, this is a Chuck Schumer decision. The ball is in the Senate's court now. The House has done this. We don't need to waste time on that nonsense. Those debates have been had. Colleague's a friend, and I mean, Hakeem is a friend and a colleague. I respect him, but we all know what he's trying to do there.
Yes, Speaker, so are you just out until the Senate votes for the CR?
I'm anxious to get my folks back. And look, I want to bring the House back into session and get back to work, but we can't do it until they turn the lights back on. We need Chuck Schumer to reopen the government, and as soon as he does that, we'll bring everybody back here. Yes, back right. Yes, sir.
Speaker, why not call it back in session? Because with respect to what we said at the start about the importance of passing funding bills, there are still 9 funding bills to pass in the House.
Yeah, well, we remember we passed them through the House committee, they're out of committee, and we'll get them on the floor. And the appropriators have been working, and they are working as we speak, on trying to figure out which packages of bills we can move to the floor next. And there's some really good discussion that's been had. I myself have spoken to Democrat appropriators on the other side about these things and our commitments to move that and do it. I'll tell you, I mean, this is not some sort of confidential thing. I had I think a fruitful discussion with Senator Patty Murray about 2 days ago, a day or so ago, and I told her it is my full intention that if we break this impasse and we put these bills together, we have 3 of them in conference committee right now. Whatever the conference committee comes up with, I will put on the floor. I'm ready to go, but we've got to open government up so that they can move to that next level, so the conference committee can get that work done. That is small D democracy at its best. You get R's and D's, everybody in the room, and they hash it out. And whatever that final product is, we will move through the process. So we need to build the government to do that. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I know your contention is that the ACA subsidies don't end until the end of this calendar year. Do you disagree with the Democrats' position that these insurance companies are setting their premium rates now, and that people are going to have to make open enrollment decisions in the very near future?
Yes,
part of the reason that you have to have this discussion now?
Yeah, again, they're trying to obscure the issue. We are talking about a simple funding measure that the Democrats themselves have voted on over and over and over. Chuck Schumer, they voted on it 13 times during the Biden administration. This is the exact same thing that was on the floor in March when Chuck Schumer, I should have brought his video and let him give you the speech. Why it was so important to pass it. Nothing has changed except politics. So that's a political issue that they're trying to make up. Yes,
Mr. Johnson, thank you. You mentioned that there is no negotiation to be had, but you also acknowledge that funding the government has to be bipartisan. So is the only way out of this for Democrats to completely drop their demands? Is there anything that Republicans are willing to give? And have there been any conversations? It doesn't even seem like the two sides are talking.
I'm so glad you asked the question. Why aren't you dropping all of your demands so that it makes it more palatable for Democrats to join you? I didn't put any on the CR. Leader Thune and I have tried to explain this a few times. There's nothing for us to negotiate. I cannot go to the CR and go, you know what, Democrats, you're right. Let me take out these 3 Republican priorities. I didn't add a single Republican policy or priority or preference to the CR. It is 100% totally clean. It is an exact status quo replica of what we're doing right now, which again is Biden-era policies and spending levels. To our great chagrin, but in good faith. I presented that because I didn't want to play games. We are responsible. We're not going to shut the government down for people who desperately need these services and all these things that I've said are stalled. And so we didn't, no gimmicks, no tricks. There's nothing that Leader Thune and I can go to Chuck Schumer and say, you know what, okay, we'll pull this off. Would that make it better? No, I don't have anything to give. I didn't put any of our priorities on the spending measure because, again, all we're trying to do in good faith is get 7 more weeks to finish that appropriations process that we've been all so excited about. Jay?
Who will own, if you're not able to extend these subsidies, which is a possibility, it seems, who will own the political impact from that if health insurance does go up 200% as people are warning?
That's putting the cart like a mile in front of the horse.
I know.
I believe that the subsidy issue, that's the December 31 issue, is a complicated one. It hasn't worked well. It's filled with abuse. We have a lot of ideas on how to improve upon that if indeed that goes forward. And I mentioned yesterday, there's 535 members of the House and Senate, and there's probably 400 different ideas on how to fix that. But we need the next couple of weeks to have those vigorous, deliberate debates, which is how the process is supposed to work. So I'm not going to forecast how that comes out, and neither could any of you, because those debates haven't been held yet. And that's kind of the irony, because Chuck Schumer is saying something that he knows isn't true. He's saying, oh, you guys snap your fingers. You and Leader Thune go in the back room and tell us how that's going to be resolved today so we can reopen the government. That's impossible for me to do. I have to have the input of all of our members so that they can figure that out. So that's part of the process.
Last question, Speaker. Can you just talk a little bit about, in reference to conversation you had with Senator Murray, have you been personally lobbying any Senate Democrats to switch their votes in support of the CR?
No, they haven't exactly been ringing my phone off the hook, okay? I'm open, always have been for dialogue with anybody about that, but I think she wanted an assurance from me that what I'm saying is true and that we have every intention of moving the appropriations bills, and I said, yes ma'am, of course it is. I say the same things privately that I say publicly. We are consistent, and that's why it's easy for me to stand up here and share the facts. When the simple truth is on your side, you have nothing to hide from. I'm just presenting it to the
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you all for being here today, and to all the elected officials who are here this morning. Thank you to the community-based organizations that are standing together in this critical moment in our nation's history. We are here today to talk about the events that have transpired over the past week. The past week revealed the true face of the administration's immigration enforcement in our city, and the entire world was able to witness that. On Tuesday, federal immigration agents raided an apartment building in the South Shore community in the middle of the night. This building was managed by a slumlord that people have all been clear about. The city actually sued the owner in February over 15 building code violations. The residents were dealing with deplorable conditions already, and this was before ICE trampled on them. But when they came in the middle of the night, they terrorized the families that were living there. There were children who were without clothing. They were zip-tied, taken outside at 3 o'clock in the morning. A senior resident, an American citizen, with no warrants, was taken outside and handcuffed for 3 hours. Doors were blown off their hinges. Walls were broken through. Immigration agents coming from Black Hawk helicopters to set up snipers on nearby buildings. This is America. One resident described the situation plainly, and I quote, "They had immigrants in one van and black people in another van." This raid wasn't about public safety. It was about and it's certainly not about immigration. This was about a show of authoritarianism, a forceful display of tyranny. They sent a clear message to all Chicagoans. They said, "We do not respect your rights. We can do anything we want, and we will film it and put it on social media." The very next day, ICE agents chased people outside of a homeless shelter on the south side and then caused a car accident on the west side. Immigration agents put a young black man in a chokehold on the side of the street in East Garfield Park. Witnesses, one of which you will hear from this morning, bravely filmed the interaction, eventually leading to this person's release. On Friday, agents dispersed tear gas in the middle of a busy city street. Chicagoans were hit with chemical agents while walking their children home from school. A couple ran from tear gas with a 2-year-old child in their care. Agents went into the Humboldt Park Health Center and detained a sitting elected official, Alder Jessie Fuentes of the 26th Ward, because she simply requested to see a warrant. On Saturday, they escalated even further by shooting a U.S. citizen. They claimed it was defensive fire, but frankly, we cannot trust anything that comes out of the administration. It was only a few short weeks ago that they claimed officers were severely injured in the killing of Mr. Villegas Gonzalez in Franklin Park. A Sun-Times investigation found that the agent said on a body camera footage that it was, in fact, nothing major. We have a rogue, reckless group of heavily armed masked individuals roaming throughout our city that are not accountable to the people of Chicago. Their actions put all Chicagoans at risk. When protesters confronted federal immigration agents in Brighton Park on Saturday, they were met with pepper balls and more repression. CPD responded to attempt to de-escalate the situation, and ICE tear gassed our police officers. Let me be clear. Tear gassing the women and men who serve as Chicago Police Department officers is not how we make our city safer. I'm calling for a full investigation into this incident and into all of the brutality that we have seen over the past week. They are taking police resources that should be in our neighborhoods, serving Chicagoans, and diverting them to deal with the chaos that they are causing. We need ICE out of our city so that we can continue to focus on the strategies that have been working to drive violent crime down. These actions tell us a simple truth. If we allow this administration to take away due process for anyone, we will allow them to take away due process for everyone. They told us that this was about the worst of the worst. In reality, they are going after anyone who objects to families being ripped apart and community members being disappeared. ICE lies and people die. We cannot allow this to continue. We must take action more drastic than what we have taken before, because what we are seeing is a more radical attempt to undermine our democracy. And today we are signing an executive order aimed at reining in this out-of-control administration. The order establishes ICE-free zones. That means that city property and unwilling private businesses will no longer serve as staging grounds for these raids. Our school parking lots are not for ICE to load their weapons. They are for Chicagoans who drop their kids off to learn. Our libraries are not for ICE to prepare for a raid. They're for Chicagoans to read and relax. Our parks are not for ICE to set up checkpoints. They are for Chicagoans to play and enjoy. Private establishments can partner with us to make it clear that private property is private property, and ICE cannot enter establishments without a valid warrant. Private entities may voluntarily choose to display signage to designate their property as part of a citywide network of community spaces that stand together in affirming the safety, dignity, and belonging of all of our residents. By extending this protection beyond city-owned land, the order builds a broad civic shield that limits the reach of harmful enforcement practices. It strengthens neighborhood solidarity, and it reaffirms Chicago's role as a welcoming city. The fact is, we cannot allow them to rampage throughout our city with no checks or balances. Nobody is above the law. If we break the law, you should be held accountable. If Congress will not check this administration, then Chicago will. I know there are many Chicagoans who are disturbed by the images and the videos that they are seeing on the news and social media. There are many who are scared and shocked by what they are seeing. The truth is that we are at a tipping point. This administration is trying to divide us and pit people groups against one another. They want to divide and conquer. And as I said, in the South Shore, and this has been said very clearly, Black people in one van and immigrants in another. In the face of this unprecedented threat, this moment calls for unity. Black, brown, white, Asian, young, old, north side, west side, south side, we must all pull aside our differences and defend one another, because if we allow this to continue to be unchecked, by the time we realize what's happening, it'll be too late. And this executive order is a step towards accountability and is calling for the basic rule of law. In the coming days and weeks, we may be pushed, if not forced, to take even more dramatic action if this administration continues to escalate and provoke our people. In closing, last night I spoke with the governor, and he informed me that the Trump administration is deploying Texas National Guard to our city. We will speak to our response later today. We'll do that with the governor as well as the Attorney General. For now, let me just say that we are unequivocally going to continue to reject the military occupation of our city. The Trump administration must end the war on Chicago. The Trump administration must end this war against Americans. The Trump administration must end its attempt to dismantle our democracy. Right as we are making historic progress in reducing violence, the Trump administration is seeking to destabilize our city and provoke chaos. We said that they would use ICE as a pretext to send in the National Guard. And now they are doing just that. I've also said for the last couple of years that the extreme right in this country refuse to accept the results of the Civil War. They have repeatedly called for a rematch. But in the coming weeks, we will use this opportunity to build greater resistance. Chicagoans are clear. Militarizing our troops in our city as justification to further escalate a war in Chicago will not be tolerated. The past teaches us that just because we are on the right side of history, that doesn't mean that we will succeed. It's going to take courage and determination, bravery, unity. But one thing that I know for sure in this great nation, this moment that we are in, Chicago was built for this moment. Immigrants from around the world, descendants of slaves, have come to this city to make it the global capital of the world. And now we stand at a moment that is testing our very humanity, and the city of Chicago will stand the test of time. Thank you very much. And now, please welcome to the podium Pastor Chris Harris.
Say good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Pastor Chris Harris, and I want to begin by saying thank you to our mayor, Brandon Johnson, and to the many city leaders and constituents who are present here today. I serve as the senior pastor of two churches on the south side of Chicago, Bright Star Church Chicago and St. James Church Chicago. I'm also the founder and CEO of two social services agencies, Bright Star Community Outreach and Bright Star Community Development Corporation, where we manage a homeless shelter that supports more than 260 residents, housing both men and women. I'm joined here today together with our executive directors of both organizations, Lucretia Kindred and Carl West. Together, our agencies employ more than 140 Chicagoans. And every day, we work to uplift, to serve, and protect the most vulnerable among us. For those who need emotional support, please call our Bright Star Trauma Helpline at 833-TURN-123. If there was ever a time that we needed support, now is that time. Just a few days ago at our Bright Star homeless shelter in Bronzeville, the Black metropolis, ICE agents raided our facility. Without warning, they came in. They handcuffed, detained, and took 4 residents. Let me be clear. They were not criminals. They were human beings trying to survive, trying to heal, and trying to find home, shelter. Our shelter is not harboring criminals. We're housing the unhoused. We're offering dignity to those who society has discarded. And yet, while our city is showing compassion, there are those who are cheering this chaos. Some in power claim Chicago is too violent, and they say that is the reason that ICE and soldiers are being deployed here. But let me remind you of something crucial. Neither the governor of Illinois nor the mayor of Chicago ever requested migrants to be sent here. If you want to hold people accountable, don't just hold those accountable who are powerless. Hold those accountable who are powerful. Arrest those political officials who heinously use government money to charter planes and buses to send migrants and immigrants to sanctuary cities like ours. Let's call their names. Governor Greg Abbott of Texas sent bus after bus, even planes, to Chicago. Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida flew families to Martha's Vineyard for political theater. Governor Doug Ducey of Arizona sent migrants across the nation to make headlines. If it's illegal to cross a border seeking safety, then it ought to be illegal to use human beings as political pawns. To everyone listening, whether you support our mayor or not, whether you support our governor or not, let us acknowledge one major fact. Violence trends rose before migrants were illegally transported into Chicago. And the hard data shows that even with thousands and thousands of so-called illegal and violent migrants present, Overall, violence in our city is lower now than it has been in decades, and we need to celebrate that progress. Now, this is not an excuse to grow complacent. The work is far from finished, but it is a fact that we must face and acknowledge honestly. So let us do two things at once. First, appreciate those local leaders and frontline teams whose strategies are actually reducing harm, strategies that deserve more resources and investment so they can scale and replicate. Second, let's demand accountability where it is due, both for officials who created this chaos relocation policy and for agencies that overstep their authority in our neighborhoods. This is not an endorsement of any political candidate. This is a nod of appreciation to leadership that is standing up in the face of adversity, and a plea not to be distracted from the work that actually keeps our communities much safer. Chicago is not the problem. Chicago became the solution. When others turned their backs, we opened our doors. When others built walls, we built tables. We are not a city of cruelty. You ought to clap on this. We are a city of compassion. Now, the book that I preach and teach out of every single week, it says, I was a stranger and you took me in. That's not politics. That's scripture. That's humanity. Can I say it again? That's humanity. But now we see this injustice in uniform. Our own government is being used against those of us who are proud American citizens. ICE is not just arresting undocumented immigrants. I witnessed it with my own eyes. They are arresting African Americans on our streets. They are taking people who have legal paperwork and even confiscating those papers. They snatched them out of our hands. I was the one that took the camera and recorded what was going on. They're snatching the papers to erase proof of status. This is not immigration enforcement. This is intimidation. Let me say it again. It's not immigration enforcement. It's intimidation. And if they can do it to them, they can do it to us all. So I close with this. Don't give them what they want, Chicago. They want us to get angry enough to lash out. They want to point their cameras and say, see, this city is violent. See, people of color are the problem. Don't give them their footage. Give them truth. Record what you see, expose injustice, share the videos, and let the world see what's really happening in our shelters, in our neighborhoods, and in our streets. I personally believe that what we are witnessing is a rehearsal for martial law. A test to see how far they can go before they push people to a place where people start pushing back. So today, I'm calling on every political official, every political leader, every faith leader, every community organization leader, every block club, every school, every business, every sector of our city, our state, and our nation. Come together now, not with fist, but with faith. Not with rage, but with righteous resolve. Not with fear, but with fortitude. And to the man in the highest office who says Chicago is too violent, Mr. President, if you're looking to deploy resources and personnel, send them to where the real violence is coming from. And that is not our neighborhoods. It's in your White House. It is your administration. It is the corruption and lawlessness at the very top. And please begin with your own administration. Chicago, the city of broad shoulders. Chicago, we've carried injustice before, but now we carry the hope of humanity. We will not be bullied. We will not be broken. We will not back down because we believe that love, truth, and justice are stronger than hate, lies, and oppression. May God bless every family affected by this injustice, and may God bless the great city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. And I proudly bring to you all a colleague and a brother who is on the front line doing the work. Clap your hands for Alonzo Waheed.
We are at trying times right now. Brothers and sisters, gone are the days where we sit idly by while the far-right authoritarian ideologies run rampant, destroying lives, dismantling families, and desecrating the very idea of freedom. We are witnessing civil rights and liberties being trampled under boots that were meant to protect them. They call it security. I call it racial profiling. Let me remind you, Chicago is not on the border. We are seeing our most vulnerable, our youth and our elders, zip-tied, thrown into U-Hauls, treated like enemies in their own communities. We are seeing lies accepted as truth, where our truth must fight just to be believed. We are seeing border agents choke out citizens and then say it never happened. Understand this. They are not isolating this to one group. Today is them. Tomorrow is you. Eventually, they're coming for all of us. Fear has been weaponized, hopelessness has been organized, and confusion has been their strategy. But let's make this clear. We are not confused. We are determined. We are organized. We are vigilant. We are Chicago. And with this executive order, we draw the line. We declare that justice is not optional, that humanity is not negotiable, that freedom is not for sale. So those of you who use hate as policy, understand this. We will meet your lies with truth. We will meet your fear with courage. We will meet your division with unity. Because when Chicago stands together, no wall, no law, no hate can divide us. The days of silence are over. The days of action are here. We'll now bring Yada to the podium.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am Yara Lechuga. I am an immigration organizer with Palenque LSNA. We are part of a rapid response network of volunteers, staff, and community members that represents the first line of community defense to keep us safe against ICE. There are 35 teams throughout Chicago and Illinois doing this critical work every single day. Our work goes much further than documenting ICE during their attempts to adopt and separate our families. We are the ones who have to find the family members of those who have been abducted by ICE. We help to tow the cars that have been left abandoned after ICE kidnaps our community members. And we then go and speak with their family members to provide them answers and support. We are the ones who go to areas of potential activity, like Home Depots, as early as 5 in the morning to be on watch. Our volunteers have been harassed, intimidated, and threatened with arrest by Home Depot security and the Chicago Police Department for simply trying to gather information on someone who was taken by ICE on their property. Our network of volunteers, our community members, are getting tear gassed by ICE agents as they try to document ICE abductions and for simply walking out of a grocery store. We are trying to keep our community safe while ICE breaks glass windows, points assault rifles at our people, and chokeholds our community members like we saw just outside of this building last week. To date, federal enforcement and ICE has shot 2 people, killing 1 person, Civelio Villegas Gonzalez. They have also tear gassed our neighborhoods, handcuffed and detained an elder person in an ER for asking for a warrant for a patient. Used Black Hawk helicopter and military tactics to invade an entire apartment building in South Shore, including zip-tying unclothed children. Choked a black man on the west side, body slammed our community members, and have disappeared people into Broadview Processing Center and have refused attorneys access. They lied about Senor Villegas Gonzalez sending an ICE agent to the hospital to justify his killing. They lied about ICE being blocked by a group of 10 cars in the southwest side to justify increased aggression along Kedzie Avenue. They lie about whether they have legal warrants or not. They are terrorizing our people, our communities, and we know that they are escalating their violence on our community in retaliation of our community organizing. Our rapid response organizing is an important part of our resistance, but we need to do more. Resistance in this moment requires all of us to do everything in our power to push back and advance our collective safety. This means that all levels of government need to use every single tool at their disposal to disrupt their ability to kidnap, oppress, and terrorize everyone in our city and state. That's why today's executive order by the mayor is a critical step, an example of other elected officials to follow. This is also a call to action to every elected official in our city, counties, state, and federal, and the Chicago Police Department to use every tool at their disposal to push back and resist. We have two calls to action. First, if you believe you see ICE in your neighborhood, document from a safe distance. We need this evidence of what they are doing to our community members. If someone you know has been taken by ICE, please call the Family Support Hotline to connect their family impacted to legal help. The number is 1-855-435-7693. Second, we need you to call your local city, county, and state officials and ask them what they are doing to keep us safe. While we are out here doing our jobs, we need everyone to step up and do theirs. This is what fighting for our collective safety looks like. Please join us. Thank you.
Swatting away flies and ice.
Good speech, man. You've been in
Thank you.
Ready? Okay.
Oh, no.
Testing. Okay, there we go. All right, we'll try to get to everyone. We'll do one question just to get through everyone. Randy, you want to start?
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Are you concerned at all about like legal challenges to this? I'm not quite sure what the precedent for allowing or not allowing federal officers on city property is.
Yeah, we're establishing that today. Look, we're living in unprecedented times, and it's going to take bold, clear action to push back against tyranny. What you see is a unified front of black, brown, white, Asian, young, old, faith community, community-based organizations, elected leaders from across the city that we're clear that we do not want or need the militarized occupation of our city. And I'm going to use every single tool that's available to me to ensure that we maximize protection to the best of our abilities.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Can you confirm the reports that Chicago police were ordered to stand down when ICE agents were surrounded and rammed by cars? And do you want Chicago police not to help ICE agents?
Our police officers respond to every single emergency in this city. The brave women and men who sign up to serve and protect this city are committed to keeping us safe. And what we have made very clear is through our welcoming city ordinance, when it comes to civil immigration enforcement, absent a warrant, our police department will not dub as federal ICE agents. In fact, we believe it's antithetical to driving violence down in the city of Chicago. When people call 911, we do not ask what their immigration status is, right? And so our police department will respond to every incident in which their services are needed to keep people safe, protecting the fundamental right to be able to protest, ensuring the maximum safety of our residents. That is the top priority of our administration.
Can you confirm, though, were Chicago police told to stand down?
What I can confirm is that our police department responds to every single 911 call. When 911 is called and there's an emergency, our police department shows up, as they've always done.
Hi, Mayor.
Hi.
You just said we may be pushed, if not forced, to take even more dramatic action if this administration continues to escalate. What exactly does that mean from a city perspective?
Everything.
Meaning?
Everything. Whatever is necessary to ensure that we're protecting people. Look, I've already signed, this is the third executive order, the most sweeping executive orders from any executive office pushing back against this administration. We are looking at every single way in which we can protect people. And as the coming days come forward, there are many ideas that have already been placed in our collective circle, and I'm giving serious considerations around another potential executive order later this week.
Can you give an example?
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm looking at this sign here. What will happen if federal agents show up and say, not too bad? I mean, are Chicago police going to enforce this sign?
So if they are in violation, that's why we have our Department of Law. We are using every single tool that's available to us, and that includes the legal and the justice system. What we have seen, that everything that this president has promulgated, whether it's his illegal taxes that have been deemed illegal, or whether it's the fact that we already seen a judge that he appointed said that he overreached when he tried to federalize troops to send them to Mayor Wilson in Portland. And so we will use the reason why we have this in place, so that if the federal government does violate, we do now have a precedent that we can establish to hold them accountable.
Mariah.
Hi, Mayor.
Hi.
Obviously, Chicago police are responsible for enforcing laws in the city. Are they going to be responsible for enforcing these ICE-free zones?
As I said before, it's not just policing. It also includes our Department of Law. If someone is in violation of the law, we'll take them to court.
But will it also include police? Like for
Everyone
the private
is responsible. For the private businesses, I'm encouraging many of them to volunteer, to be a part of this collective action. Here's what's most important here. We know that this president is not interested in adhering to the law. So we're going to give him something to hold him accountable. And if he violates the law in the city of Chicago, we will do just that, hold him accountable.
Hi, Mayor.
Hi.
I know you're going to talk about the Texas Guard and Illinois Guard, but can you give us a little bit about what your next steps could be to fight that?
Well, look, our corporate counsel has been in constant communication with our Attorney General for several months now. And I just wanted to offer this up. A couple of years ago, I said very candidly that the right wing in this country wants a rematch of the Civil War. I want that to sit in right now, because the President of the United States of America has declared war on the people of Chicago and people across America.
That's right.
He's more interested in giving billions of dollars to other nations, while farmers in urban cities around this country are literally being destabilized. And so whether it's the legal system, whether it's through executive order, or whether it's through the brave women and men who are serving as rapid responders. We literally have people who are volunteering in this city, on the southwest side, the northwest side, all over this city, to make sure that we're protecting children from being separated from their families. And we're talking about volunteers who are literally putting themselves at risk of being shot and killed by the federal government. And so whether it's the legal system, whether it's our continuous struggle for liberation through organizing, and whether it's through executive action, or whether it's through law, it would be nice if we actually had lawmakers in Washington that would actually hold this president accountable. And if they won't do it, then the city of Chicago will, using every single tool that's available to us.
Mayor, just to be clear on a previous question.
Which previous?
I'm going to get to it.
Okay.
Are Chicago police officers, does this executive order authorize Chicago police to make an arrest if federal officers violate this order? But the broader question, too, is also how are city agencies preparing for the expected deployment of National Guard, even if they're deployed to Broadview, since that's outside city limits?
Well, we've been preparing for the deployment for months. It's why we relaunched the Know Your Rights campaign. It's why we put forth an executive order to ensure that all of our sister agencies, as well as our city departments, know exactly what to do in the event ICE agents or federal agents show up in our facilities or at our facilities. As far as the authority here, if the federal government violates this executive order, we will take them to court.
But it doesn't explicitly authorize Chicago police to arrest federal officers by violating. The idea seems to be to take them to court over a violation and establish that precedent. Am I understanding correctly?
You've done very well, sir.
Jesse.
Thank you. Despite how difficult this might be at this time, do you feel it's a good time? Do you feel it's important to share a message to the Latino community to try to remain calm so they don't fall into the trap of confrontation, especially after what we've seen this weekend? We don't want to justify the president's intentions, and we don't want to jeopardize anybody.
Yeah.
Go to Tonya after.
You know, the Latino community has remained calm. And I'm grateful for all of the residents in this city that have remained calm during this very chaotic time. It's why he's escalating. Do you understand, like when people are picking on you and you don't react, what do? They get angrier. This is proof positive that we have remained calm. I mean, at what point does our humanity and our democracy remain the most central focus here? Trump's federalized ICE personal military shot and killed someone. They shot someone else again just this past weekend. And here's my message to the immigrant community. It's the message that I have for all of Chicago. We will use every single tool that is available to us to protect the dignity and the sanctity of our humanity. And that I'm calling on this president to leave us the freak alone. We haven't bothered anybody. We're talking about a city where our economy is rebounding, where violent crime is going down in the city of Chicago, where black, brown, Asian, and white folks are coming together, standing up for working people. The last message I would offer up is I need our congressional delegation to stand firm in this moment and not get distracted or weary. That's my message.
Let's go to Tonya.
Hi, Mayor.
Hi.
I wanted to ask a question. Why should people feel safe with an executive order that feds have refused to respect the previous one you had about wearing masks? And we saw at that corner on the west side there was a federal agents with masks on. So why should people feel safe with this particular executive order?
Well, let me just offer up clarity. The executive order around masks was a direction to the local law enforcement. Now, of course, we are making recommendations to the federal government that they should not send masked men with long guns and point them into the faces of black people and brown people. Right. We would hope that our federal government would recognize the error of such a thing. In terms of feeling absolutely safe, Look, there's no secret here that we are under threat right now. You know, I'm not going to sit around and placate with people's emotions. Now, the one reason why I believe that we can feel safer in this moment, look at this stage. We're not alone. You know, one of the most difficult things to do with when you're feeling threatened is when you're by yourself. When you're by yourself, there's not a Chicagoan that's by themselves right now.
Yeah.
It's not just an executive order. I'm talking about communities yesterday, 700, 400 people packing out rooms, organizing, preparing for this moment. If this was just something about executive orders, then I would concur that that would be not as thorough as we need to be. But this is just one action of many. And so I want people to see the entire package of how we are providing support in this moment. I wish I could say emphatically, do not be afraid. What I can say, though, is fear is not going to defeat the trauma that this president is trying to execute. It's going to take courage. It's going to take strength, and most of all, it's going to take unity. And that's what we have here in Chicago.
Hey, Mayor.
Hi.
What do you know about the timing of National Guard deployment, and what do you want Chicagoans and police to do in response?
Well, look, this president has waffled on multiple occasions, which I believe is evident that we have been so emphatic in our position and resolved in our presentation that this president has attempted to find many different maneuvers to try to circumvent the power that we are establishing. Here's what the police department will do. They're going to protect our fundamental right to be able to peacefully assemble. They know that. They're going to make sure that we are not coordinating absent a warrant and forcing our local law enforcement to dub as federal ICE agents. As far as the people of Chicago continue to stand firm, continue to document the rage that this administration is promulgating against the people of this city. And then I'm asking, of course, all of our elected officials, whether it's through executive order or through the passing of laws, to ensure that we maximize protection in this city.
All right, last two questions.
So one of the things I wonder is you talked about a lot of coordination with folks. Has your administration coordinated at all with Cook County State's Attorney's Office? And are there like criminal charges that you would like to see her bring against these ICE agents for tear gassing in the middle of the streets? Or and if you could just also clarify whether this is a civil or a criminal violation if they ignore the sign. But on the criminal side of things with the State's Attorney's Office, are you looking to have police bring charges, have her file charges related to any other kind of action?
I believe they should. I most certainly believe they should. And look, we are having conversations with multiple levels of a government. One, to make sure that we're not criminalizing protesters. Let's start there.
That's right.
And it's incumbent upon every single level of government to make sure that we're protecting the right to be able to peacefully assemble. In Chicago, in the state of Illinois, the county of Cook, we should not be carrying out the same level of indignity against the people of this country as this administration has done against American residents. And so it works both ways. We should not criminalize the fundamental right to peacefully assemble. And when the federal government works outside of its constitutional authority, I do believe that law enforcement has a moral responsibility and obligation to hold those individuals and those systems accountable.
Good morning. Can
Good
you
morning.
specify if this executive order is going to apply only to ACE agent or any federal agency that is supporting the immigration rates? Also, I know that you mentioned it, that if they violate it, they will be taken to court. But this administration has been taken to court since day one, multiple times. Do you think that they're going to follow this executive order?
Well, do I believe this president is going to follow simple law? Well, it's clear that he doesn't, right? I mean, he is a convicted felon himself, right? This is the person who released individuals who stormed the Capitol to stage a coup against the American people and set those individuals free. This president has spent more time lining the pockets of the ultra-rich, militarizing his own police force than he has using his time in office to make sure that people can afford to eat in this city and across America or have access to health care. And so what we have seen, though, is that we have been quite effective across this country filing lawsuits. It's why there's a restraint and a restraining order against him right now in Portland. It's why most of his taxes that he has proposed have been deemed illegal. Now look, as a former social studies teacher, I can tell you that we've had social movements before where government rejected the very tenets of our fight for justice. But clearly, when the people are united and our fight for justice, we always prevail. Now, whether it's today or tomorrow, the actions that we do today, I believe, sets us up for real unity and liberation. And we're going to stay the course in Chicago, regardless of the blowback or the pushback. Yes. Oh, in particularly in terms of its operations to raid or to stage the ICE operations. Because look, here's the part that's so disappointing. We have, as a local law enforcement department and as a city, we have cooperated with federal agents on a variety of matters, particularly getting illegal guns off the streets of Chicago. A few months ago, with cooperation with ATF, we removed over 170 illegal weapons that were trafficked in from states that voted for him. You know, as our brother said, this president is concerned about the wrong border. If he was really serious about driving violence down across America, he would not allow the illegal trafficking of guns that are coming from states that voted for him to be spread throughout cities in America. And that's what our focus is going to be, is keeping people safe and making sure that we're protecting the humanity of every single resident of this city. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor.
Hi.
Oh, yeah, last question. Just to be clear, if federal agents ignore this order, would this be a civil or criminal violation?
You know, I'll have to get back with you on that one, if you need that technicality, okay? But I can tell you this, it will definitely be a violation against local law, right? Just like a city ordinance, and so we know that. Now, in terms of the ability to implement, criminal standards, I will just say this, what we know for sure, if they are in violation of the law, we're gonna hold them accountable. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Πάμε να κρατήσουμε λίγο αυτό το διάδρομο, υπάρχει λόγος. Και εσείς θα κάνετε άκρη εδώ πέρα να περάσουν από εκείνα που είναι πίσω σας. Και μετά θα κλείσουμε και θα πάμε εκεί.
Δεν θα ασχοληθώ εγώ από εκεί μετά. Μόλις μπει μέσα τελείωσε. Βγαίνουν μαλάκα οι Έλληνες. Δεν μπορεί να βγουν δεν ασχοληθώ μόνο με την κρέμα.
Εντάξει, αυτή δεν θα περιμένει για να δώσει τέτοιο. Σε ποιον θα το δώσει. Πρέπει να περιμένει 2 κάμερες.
Βγαίνουν όλοι. Εντάξει, μα απλά βγαίνω και με έχει ο Πέτρος. Βγαίνει αυτό, κατά... Κόπα ρε μαλάκα, κόπα. Δεν είναι έλλειμμα ότι θα νιώσω ρε μαλάκα, δεν βλέπεις που πάει. Βγαίνει ο άλλος και πάει...
Τέρμα πίσω.
Στα αγγλικά, να τα ξέρει αγγλικά. Εντάξει, επειδή... We are looking for two French citizens. I take them all. Yes. Okay. I'm getting mine. Okay, no problem. But just I take them all back home, my French people.
Τι άτομα για αλυσίδα να έρθουν εδώ.
move slower now that I
We think it is a mistake to dwell on the conditions of our arrest and imprisonment in Israel. However, what we want to do right now, the day before the Israelis will use the 7th of October to lick their wounds, is to hand you over to Greta Thunberg to speak on all of our behalf about the Samud flotilla, what we aimed to do, and what we will continue to do to free Palestine. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free
Let me be very clear. There is a genocide going on in front of our eyes, on all our phones.
Silence! Silence! Silence!
Okay, let me be very clear. There is a genocide going on in front of our very eyes. A live-streamed genocide on all of our phones. No one has the privilege to say we are not aware of what's happening. No one in the future will be able to say we did not know. Under international law, states have a legal obligation to act to prevent and to stop a genocide from happening. That means ending complicity, applying real pressure, and ending arms transfers. We are not seeing that. We are not even seeing the bare minimum from our governments. Our international systems are betraying Palestinians. They are not even able to prevent the worst war crimes from happening. And I will never, ever comprehend how humans can be so evil that you would deliberately starve millions of people living trapped under an illegal siege as a continuation of decades and decades of suffocating oppression, apartheid, government failed to do so, of people saying that my leaders, so-called leaders who are supposed to represent me, who continue to fuel a genocide, death and destruction, they do not represent me. And this is a last resort. That this mission has to exist, it's a shame. It is a shame. And I could talk for a very, very long time about our mistreatment and abuses in our imprisonment, trust me. But that is not the story. What happened here was that Israel, while continuing to worsen and escalate their genocide and mass destruction, genocide of intent, attempting to erase an entire population, an entire nation in front of our very eyes. They once again violated international law by preventing humanitarian aid from getting into Gaza while people are being starved. And we want to also emphasize that we do not only need humanitarian aid to enter Gaza, we need an end to the siege, we need an end to the occupation and the oppression. This action was challenging our extremely violent business as usual that is preventing these war crimes from happening. And that is what this story is about. We cannot take our eyes away from Gaza, from all the places of the world that are suffering, living on the forefronts of this business as usual systems. Congo, Sudan, Afghanistan, Gaza, and many, many more. What we are doing is the bare minimum. This genocide and other genocides are being enabled and fueled by our own governments, our institutions, our media, and companies. It is our responsibility to end that complicity. And I also... No, not heroes. No, we are doing the bare minimum. What we are doing is not in any way, no one has to come to the rescue of Palestinian people. What we are doing is hearing and acting upon their calls for people all over the world to take action and end our complicity, to use our privileges, our platforms, to take a stance against this that is in every way unjustifiable.
You don't even know what color he is.
Okay, so whatever we've been through for the past 6 days has, among other things, been torture, physical and mental abuse, but at the same time, all the things we could think of in our heads were the suffering of the Palestinian people, and what we suffered from was nothing in comparison to them. We do not want to focus on what we suffered, even though we have the negligence of our own governments not supporting us in any type of way, even though that we were kidnapped in international waters for bringing aid to a starving people.
I would like to say for Gaza, in despite of our government defeat, in despite of what we have supported during more than 1 month, Gaza will come back again. This is the first page, and we'll write other page, inshallah. Make sure of that.
We are thousands, we are millions. We are thousands, we are millions. We are all Palestinians. We are all Palestinians. We are thousands, we are millions. We are thousands, we are millions. We are all Palestinians. We are all Palestinians.
Well, I think Greta said everything that had to be said. I just want to add one thing, and it's for all of you people listening through the screens, listening through the radios, all the journalists that are reporting here. join the Palestinian movement. This is the first biggest trip of the flotilla, but there will be more. We will not stop until Palestine is free. Thank you.
Never stop until Palestine is free.
Last week on the radio, I called out the Italian Prime Minister for political cowardice. All our political leaders are cowards. They are afraid to call out the Zionist entity for what it is doing. They are complicit. Every single politician out there, every political leader is complicit in what's going on in Gaza. They sell arms, they let arms be transported through their countries, they buy in products, services from occupied Palestine. This has to cease. Every individual should put pressure on their own politicians, local, national, international, put pressure on them to cease the trade in anything from occupied Palestine.
I'll get out. Sorry, he's trying to pull in. Yeah. Hold on. Thank you.
You gonna be good later?
Yeah.
Because Friday they don't let me go in.
It was a fucking shit show on Friday.
Yeah. I stop this side, then they block it. I stop this side, then they block it.
Me too. I couldn't even get to work.
What the fuck? The block right now here? Is the business is open, you don't know?
Yeah, you can get through the building.
Okay. I'll be back later.
I'll see you later. Be safe.
He's coming up.
Nice try.
هذه أشجع من 5000 واحد. بريف جار. I know. 5000 واحد. 5 ملايين. العربية كلها. يلا لا والله يا عم ما هي أزمة الأمة العربية صرمتها الأزمة الأمة العربية الصرمة تبعتها وين الملايين وين الملايين الشعب العربي سيف وين سيارتك سيف سيف يلا بابا بليز خورة سبارك الله خورة
Give some space.
Left,
Come on,
left,
guys.
left.
Come on, guys. Give some space.
Make space, please. Please, make a space. Please, make a space. Please.
Back up.
Please, it's enough. Please make a space.
اطلع قدام.
Can you please move away from the course?
responded to the scene where agents were attacked. Chicago Central Police Officer.
We've seen it with the repeated overrulings of the parliamentarian. We've seen it with the Beautiful for Billionaires bill that got rammed through with a simple majority. We've seen it with the change in the rules to allow 100 nominees to go through the time under advice and consent. We have seen it with clean air standards that help everyone being repealed over and over and over again. The Republicans take the path that allows them to rule, not to govern, that allows them to ignore the minority party even when they need our votes, even when what we're asking for is in their constituents' interests, even when what we're asking for is something that their constituents want. Even then, we're up against this blockade. So I hope that Republicans come to their senses. I hope that the president realizes what he is doing and that we can put an end to this shutdown as quickly as possible. But let me make this absolutely clear. This is a shutdown that lands entirely at the feet of the Republican Party that controls the Senate, that controls the House, that controls the presidency, that won't negotiate with Democrats even when it needs our votes, and that has an unhealthy fixation with taking away health care from their fellow. Well, we are headed into a miserable situation. It is a miserable situation for all of the federal employees around the globe who are going to be put into shutdown mode. It is a miserable situation for our country as the rest of the world looks at us as the gang that can't get its act together and pass simple funding bills for the government. It is an extraordinarily frustrating moment to be here now. There are very few people for whom this is not a miserable prospect, but there are a few of them, and one of them is OMB Director Russell Vought, who is a strange character who has spent his life in the care and feeding of the fossil fuel industry and big polluters, and who takes a perverse joy in destroying American government from the inside. So there will be misery ahead for most normal people, not counting the weird ones who like inflicting pain and doing damage for the benefit of a bunch of creepy right-wing billionaires who've propped them up their whole lives. And the reason we're here is really twofold. One, as they've shown during the Trump regime, Republicans really don't want to govern. They want to rule. They don't want to talk to Democrats, even where they need our votes. Here they need our votes. And yet, what have we been offered to get those votes? Nothing. Not even discussions. The president only met with the Democratic leaders just yesterday. And he didn't seem to be aware of what was at stake here for the Americans who are about to lose a huge health care benefit. They just go wildly forward. We've seen it over and over again here on the Senate floor. How many times in just the few months that we've been here in this administration have Republicans done the thing that they were furious when we even talked about doing, to overrule the parliamentarian and change the rules to make things easier for themselves rather than negotiate with us? My count is 4 already. 4! And we're only 9 months in. They don't want to govern. They don't want to talk to us. They want to rule. They want to dictate to us. And at the same time, the other reason we're here is that there's this strange Republican fixation with taking health care away from people. I do not understand it. There are lots of Republican constituents who really depend on Medicaid, who really feel great that they're on Medicare, who really have their family budgets made possible by the credits from the Affordable Care Act. It's not like Democrats get the benefit of this. Everybody gets the benefit of this. And yet, what have we been put through just in these months? $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. Already, hospitals and nursing homes and doctors' practices are reeling at what those cuts mean for their financial viability. Medicare, $500 billion in cuts, hidden in the bill in a tricky way so that the cuts come through sequestration and nobody has to own them. They can do a Pontius Pilate hand wash of the cuts. Well, no, we saw what you did. You own it. It's a $500 billion cut to Medicare. And why you would want to do that, I cannot imagine, but that's what you did. And now we have these cuts to people receiving help, paying for their health care under the Affordable Care Act. It's going to be about 40,000 Rhode Islanders. These aren't people who have loads of money. Their premiums are going to, on average, double or better. I mentioned a retired mental health counselor yesterday. She's going to have $477 in added expense every single month because of this. And it all starts now. It all starts happening now. So when we're told, why are we forcing the issue now? It's because now is when the issue is upon us. When we're told, why don't we negotiate later? My question is, why aren't we negotiating now? Why would we believe when we're told that you'll negotiate later on this when you won't negotiate now on this? Now when you need our votes, you won't negotiate on something that you say you'll negotiate later? Why does that make any sense? Why is that even remotely credible? The harm starts now. The negotiations should start now. And frankly, what Democrats are asking for is something you ought to be doing anyway, just to help your own constituents. This shouldn't be hard at all. We should not be here having this conversation. This should have been resolved already, except that the Republican majority wants to rule, not govern, and they have this strange fixation with taking away health care, even from their own constituents. Over and over again, we've seen it. We've seen it with the repeated overrulings of the parliamentarian. We've seen it with the beautiful for billionaires bill that got rammed through with a simple majority. We've seen it with the change in the rules to allow 100 nominees to go through at a time under advice and consent. We have seen it with clean air standards that help everyone being repealed over and over and over again. The Republicans take the path that allows them to rule, not to govern, that allows them to ignore the minority party even when they need our votes, even when what we're asking for is in their constituents' interests, even when what we're asking for is something that their constituents want. Even then, we're up against this blockade. So I hope that Republicans come to their senses. I hope that the president realizes what he is doing and that we can put an end to this shutdown as quickly as possible. But let me make this absolutely clear. This is a shutdown that lands entirely at the feet of the Republican Party that controls the Senate, that controls the House, that controls the presidency, that won't negotiate with Democrats even when it needs our votes, and that has an unhealthy fixation with taking away health care from their fellow. Well, we are headed into a miserable situation. It is a miserable situation for all of the federal employees around the globe who are going to be put into shutdown mode. It is a miserable situation for our country as the rest of the world looks at us as the gang that can't get its act together and pass simple funding bills for the government. It is an extraordinarily frustrating moment to be here now. There are very few people for whom this is not a miserable prospect, but there are a few of them, and one of them is OMB Director Russell Vought, who is a strange character who has spent his life in the care and feeding of the fossil fuel industry and big polluters, and who takes a perverse joy in destroying American government from the inside. So there will be misery ahead for most.
The presser. There's a few cameras looking, so I'm going to be doing a mic check for everybody. Mic check, check 1 2, mic check. Check 1 2. I turned that down for you. Okay, all good? Check 1 2. All right, cool. Thanks. Check, check, check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check, check, check 1 2. Check 1 2. I'll hang around. Let me know when you guys give me a thumbs up. Everybody good? Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Everyone good? Need another one? Check, check. Check 1 2. Check, check. Anyone need another?
not open.
We're going to get a mic check anytime soon?
We did it earlier, but we can just go forward, you know.
Please, thank you.
Hey, Kevin, can you give a mic check on the podium real quick? All right, you can go to that.
Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Audio check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here with Nick Daniels from NACA. That's the union that the air traffic controllers belong to, as well as Frank McIntosh from the FAA, the ATO organization that manages this portion of the FAA that deals with air traffic controllers. So listen, I had a chance to go speak to some of the controllers here at Newark. We had some donuts, brought some coffee, brought them some pizza, but I wanted to talk to them about what impact this shutdown has on their lives, on their ability to do their jobs. And so these air traffic controllers, they're critical infrastructure. They're critical to the operation of the federal government. So they're required to show up for work. And when they come to work, I want them to think about the departures and arrivals of airplanes. I want to make sure they keep Americans safe and airplanes safe. But what the consistent message was from these controllers was they're not just now thinking about the airspace and the jobs they have to do in these towers or TRACONs or centers across the country. They're thinking about, am I going to get a paycheck? And their paychecks should come a week from tomorrow. And so now what they think about as they're controlling our airspace is, how am I going to pay my mortgage? How do I make my car payment? I have a couple kids at home. How do I put food on the table? I'm working 6 days a week. Do I have to take a second job and drive Uber when I'm already exhausted from doing a job that's already stressful, to think about how I can make extra money because the government may not provide me a paycheck? So in a job that's already stressful, this shutdown has put way more stress on our controllers at a time when they're already working on equipment from the 1960s, 1980s, 1990s. We asked them to do their jobs on equipment that has not been state-of-the-art. We asked them to do their jobs on old equipment and keep our airports operational at a time when they don't have the best equipment at their disposal. And so I wanted to hear them out. I wanted to hear their concerns and make sure that that those who shut the government down, I want to make sure that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries know that this is not consequence-free. There are issues that arise throughout America that impact our everyday lives, that can impact our safety when you shut the government down. And again, up in the tower, these are great American patriots. They're American citizens who are serving the American people. And I think it begs the question, why? Why would Chuck Schumer want to shut the government down and focus on people who are not American citizens and their health care, and issues that are going to evolve over the next weeks and months, that he wants to shut the government down today? And again, I want to be clear. Do I think they're more stressed right now in our towers? Yes. Is our airspace unsafe? No. Right? If we think there's issues in the airspace, we will shut it down. We will close it down. We will delay. But again, it's creating a ripple effect for our controllers. Not only that, many of you know what essential air service is. So essential air service provides airline services to communities that normally would not get it, right? So we give some subsidies to the federal government that in smaller communities to give them service from the airlines. That money runs out this Sunday. So there's many small communities across the country that will now no longer have the resources to make sure they have air service in their community. The number one user of this airspace is Alaska. Again, you don't have roads in Alaska. They travel by air, and a lot of these are small communities. Alaska will be impacted, but every state across the country will be impacted by the inability to provide the subsidies to airlines to service these communities. Long-standing program, bipartisan support in the House and the Senate. It's an important program, but we don't have the money for that moving forward. One last point. Many of you have heard me talk about surging air traffic controllers, making sure we get more controllers through our academy in Oklahoma City. And then when they get out of the academy, they have to be trained up. And we have a lot of training facilities across the country, but the support staff that train those controllers when they're through the academy are at risk of being laid off. And so what this can do is we're trying to bring more air traffic controllers into the system so we have less delays, less cancellations. it's more challenging to get those students through the academy, but then also trained up in facilities like right here in Newark. So these can have longer lasting impacts at a time when we're trying to supercharge. This shutdown makes it more challenging for us to actually do our jobs. And again, this doesn't just end after the Democrats decide to open up the government. It has a longer lasting impact on our ability to make up the ground in the shortages that we have right now with air traffic controllers. So this is having great impact, great concern, great stress on our system at a time when we're trying to reduce the stress. We're trying to improve the efficiencies. We're trying to increase controllers. We're trying to modernize our airspace. All things that the American people care about. And this shutdown, again, that Chuck Schumer wants to have because he wants to fund illegals' health care, makes no sense to me. I think he cares more about, and should care more about, what happens right here in the New York airspace and across the country, as we want to make sure we have air travel safe and controllers focused not on their mortgages, not on the next paycheck, not on food on the table, but actually on making sure you and your family are safe. And so with that, again, I'm delighted to have the president of the Air Traffic Controllers Union, NATCA, Nick Daniels, here with me. He's going to say a few words, then we'll go to Frank McIntosh from the FAA to say a few words, and then we're happy to take any questions from all of you. Nick?
So good afternoon. I am Nick Daniels. I am the proud president of NACA, the National Air Traffic Controllers Association. I want to start with saying that I'm going to leave the political discussions for the politicians during this shutdown. Today, I'm proud to speak on the behalf of the dedicated American worker who operates the national airspace system and ensures the safety of over 3 million passengers and tons of cargo each and every day. I'm here to advocate for the end to the shutdown. We need to bring this shutdown to a close so that the Federal Aviation Administration and the committed aviation safety professionals can put this distraction and put this distraction behind us and completely focus on their vital work. This work does include fulfilling Secretary Duffy's goals of accelerating the hiring of air traffic controllers he just spoke about and modernizing our air traffic control system. Both initiatives are long overdue and require our immediate and our full attention. We do not have the luxury of time. We do not have time to waste on the unnecessary distractions created by this shutdown. So our message is clear. End the shutdown. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frank McIntosh. I am the Air Traffic Organization Chief Operating Officer, and it is a privilege to be here. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Secretary Duffy and Nick Daniels for being here today. Once again, we went and saw an air traffic control facility staffed by men and women, air traffic controllers and technicians. Professionalism to safety is beyond reproach. And you see that amidst a very difficult time, a time of confusion where they show up, come to work, and keep people safe. What's on the line for us right now? We have a lot of momentum, thanks to Congress and $12.5 billion of a down payment of a modernization of an air traffic control system. We have a surge of air traffic controllers, per Secretary Duffy's plan, to get us healthy. I want to speak about Newark specifically. 24 controllers out of the 37 allocated, 9 in training. They are finally on the right path to get healthy, to provide critical services to this airport. I need those 9 individuals that are in training to just concentrate on becoming controllers and not add any other ambiguity to what they do day in and day out. You take that to 313 other air traffic controller facilities that are facing the same dilemma. Our controllers need the best. We're on the way of delivering that, but we also need to make sure that we come together and ensure that we remove that ambiguity and make sure that a government shutdown is not prolonged and we do not lose the momentum that we finally gained over the last 9 months, 10 months. We need to ensure that everybody understands what our controllers need and what they deserve. Our technicians are in the same boat. We're in the process of modernizing a very complicated air traffic control system. Any disruptions put us further and further behind. Is the air traffic control system safe? Yes. Secretary Duffy nailed it. It is very, very safe. But we have to be on the forefront of making sure that our air traffic controllers and technicians have the very best. When they have the very best, you have the very best. Let's please collectively get behind this, and let's make sure that this government shutdown is over in a hurry. Thank you very much. I'll go back to Secretary Duffy. Thank you.
Again, we hope there's a time and a place for discussions with politicians. And again, this is a continuing resolution that maintains funding at its current levels. There's time to have disagreement, but there's real impact on the great work that we're trying to do. And by the way, this is bipartisan work. America cares about the work that we're trying to accomplish here. It's not, blue or red. It's American, and this is truly having an impact on our ability to accomplish those goals. With that, if you guys have any questions for any of the three of us, we're happy to take them. Yes. So we're tracking sick calls, sick leave, and have we had a slight tick up in sick calls? Yes. And then you'll see delays that come from that, right? Because again, our priority, I want to see your flight not be delayed. I don't want you canceled, but our priority is your safety. And so if we have additional sick calls, we will reduce the flow consistent with a rate that's safe for the American people. So we've had a slight tick ups, and they've been in certain areas, and we are managing that following that.
by the government. The Democrats now back to their position that they want to repeal the entire health care title of the judge bill, which we've heard from this White House and a printed out bill would provide funding. That they stripped out of that bill their position that needs to go through many different ways. Illegal immigrants, emergency services, and also undocumented immigrants programs that they used to have access to, which they no longer have.
Thank you. I've been trying to type it in, but it's like not existing. Someone's approving it, but it's like not. Thank you. It went that time. Thank you.
How are you? Glad you're so excited to see me today. Alrighty. Good afternoon, everybody, and happy Monday. Let's get to it, and we'll begin with a few scheduling announcements today. President Trump will be hosting the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney tomorrow for a working meeting here at the White House. On Thursday, the president will host his 8th cabinet meeting alongside his incredible team. Also on Thursday afternoon, President Trump will host the president of Finland, Alexander Stubb, for a working meeting here at the White House. The president also wanted me to relay his congratulations to Japan for electing their next prime minister, a highly respected person who also happens to be the first female to hold the position for our great ally. While President Trump continues to negotiate peace deals, meets with world leaders, and celebrates the 250th birthday of our United States Navy, as you saw he and the First Lady do just yesterday, Democrats, unfortunately, are continuing to play political games. And we are now in day 6 of the Democrat federal government shutdown. Millions of American federal workers are under enormous financial stress as a result, wondering how they will pay their bills and take care of their families. If the Democrats do not vote to open the government tonight, federal workers will not receive their next full paycheck. Additionally, the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children will run out of federal money very soon. This program provides vouchers to buy infant formula, fresh fruits and vegetables, and other healthy foods for low-income families. It can be easily fully funded if Democrats simply vote tonight to reopen the government. Also, our incredible military service members who risk their lives to preserve and defend our country are now working without pay and will miss their next paychecks if this Democrat shutdown does not end tonight. The Republican-backed clean and nonpartisan funding bill fully funds this important food aid program, gets our troops paid, and reopens the government. So all of this begs the question, what is the Democrat ongoing shutdown truly about? The sad truth, we believe, is that the Democrats intentionally shut down the government and are inflicting this pain on American citizens to try and demand free health care for illegal aliens. Of course, this is an indefensible and truly radical policy to be in favor of, let alone to use as the primary reason to shut down the United States government. So the Democrats and their allies are desperately lying about their true motivations. We have to set the record straight with the facts so the American people understand what's really at play here. House Republicans passed a clean and nonpartisan funding bill to keep the government open and ensure our troops and other hardworking Americans are paid. Every single House Democrat except one voted against this clean and nonpartisan funding bill. Senate Republicans have subsequently tried to pass this same clean funding bill 4 separate times, and they will do so again tonight, to fully pass it to be sent to the president's desk for signature. And the president is ready to sign this bill to reopen the government as soon as it is sent to his desk. Yet every single Senate Democrat except 3 have voted against this clean and nonpartisan funding bill. The Democrats' current position is that the only way the American government can reopen is if illegal aliens can get free health care. Don't take my word for it, just look at what's inside of the Democrats' proposal to reopen the government. Their funding proposal would result in nearly $200 billion spent on health care for illegal aliens and other non-citizens over the next decade. To put this in perspective, $200 billion is enough money to fund the entire children's health insurance program, which provides health insurance to low-income children and women. Under the Democrats' proposal, the millions of illegal aliens who improperly were granted asylum and paroled under the Biden administration would once again be allowed to receive Medicaid benefits. It does not end there. The Democrat proposal would also require Medicaid to pay more for emergency care provided to illegal aliens than it does for American patients who are disabled, elderly, or children. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. The Democrat Party has unfortunately closed our government, costing Americans their jobs, threatening our military readiness, harming our economy, and causing chaos, all to help the illegals who broke into our country. Instead of holding illegal aliens accountable and removing them from our country, which is what this administration is trying to do every day, the Democrats want to give them the free benefits paid for by the American taxpayer. Democrats in 2025 are for illegal aliens first and Americans last. This is the reality we are unfortunately facing right now in Washington, D.C. President Trump and Republicans will not give in to these radical demands. The president and Republicans have a sacred responsibility to serve and protect the interests of their constituents, the American people. That's why we are backing a clean and nonpartisan funding bill with no strings attached to reopen the government. Democrats should do what they did 13 separate times under Joe Biden and vote for this exact same type of funding bill. Now the Senate will vote tonight for the 5th time to reopen the government on the 6th day of this shutdown. All we need are an additional 5 Democrat senators to end this madness and vote for the clean funding bill to reopen the government. If you are an American watching at home right now, call your Democrat senators and tell them to do the right thing and end this shutdown. With that, I will take your questions. Here in our new media seat today, we have Elizabeth Mitchell from the Daily Signal. Elizabeth, thanks for being here, and please kick us off.
Thank you for having me. I have 2 questions. First, President Trump told reporters yesterday that firings of federal employees are taking place right now. In which departments have people already been fired from their federal jobs due to the shutdown?
The president was referring to the hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have been furloughed as a result of this federal government shutdown, both here at the White House and across the entire federal government. At agencies across the board, there are federal workers who are staying home. Many of them work in the White House. You know them. Some of them sit just behind me at those desks. They are unable to show up to work right now because the Democrats chose to shut the government down. And so we're already, unfortunately, seeing the consequence of this. And then, of course, the Office of Management and Budget is continuing to work with agencies on who, unfortunately, is going to have to be laid off if this shutdown continues.
And Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said the FDA was required by federal law to approve the new abortion pill last week. Is the administration considering steps to undo this in light of requests from pro-life Congress members and organizations?
I think Secretary Kennedy and the Department of Health and Human Services, as I addressed in the briefing last week, were following the law, and we will continue to do so. As I said last week as well, it's not an endorsement of this drug by any means. It's just a law that they were following. Jennifer.
We heard you say that you want people to call their Democratic senators. Is the president calling Democratic senators himself? Can you say what he's doing today to resolve the shutdown?
Yep, I was just in the Oval Office. He was on the phone with Speaker Johnson. He's also spoken with the Senate Majority Leader, who are in touch with, of course, moderate Democrats and Democrats across the board, who we understand hopefully want to do the right thing by their constituents to reopen the government. So the president is being kept very well apprised of the ongoing shutdown on Capitol Hill. And of course, his position is very clear. There's nothing to negotiate, just reopen the government, and then we can talk about all the important issues facing our country.
So he hasn't called specific members of Congress?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And then on the Affordable Care Act, is he willing to give more, to share more on what he'd like to negotiate on the Affordable Care Act later? Is he willing to say specifically what he would like and when?
But look, the president is definitely committed to fixing and improving our healthcare system. You saw it again last week when he had one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world coming into the Oval Office and promising to lower drug prices by 200, 300, 100% in many cases for various types of drugs for American patients. That is a huge fix to a broken system that has been ripping off the American people for far too long. So the president's very committed to this. But right now, we need to reopen the federal government, and the president is remaining very firm in that position. Catherine.
If the vote fails in the Senate today to reopen the government, would that trigger layoffs?
Look, again, we hope that the vote will not fail because this administration wants to reopen the government. We don't want to see people laid off. But unfortunately, if this shutdown continues, layoffs are going to be an unfortunate consequence of that.
Is there a timing for when that would happen?
Well, look, we'll see how the vote goes tonight.
Is the White House floating a proposal to cap Obamacare subsidies by denying them to new enrollees?
I have not seen a proposal like that. Emily.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said yesterday he was considering a phase 2 approach to Venezuela. Is the president considering U.S. boots on the ground or any kind of support of overthrowing Maduro?
I won't get into any specific proposals that are being considered by the president and his national security team, but I think we've been pretty transparent and clear in the administration's view of the illegitimate Maduro regime, and the president has taken very unprecedented, tough action to end the illegal trafficking of illicit drugs into our country from Maduro's illegitimate regime.
Caroline.
Danny, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. The French government has collapsed again for the fourth time in a year. And I was just wondering if there's any concern in the White House about the kind of ongoing political crisis there. Any thought about whether the President Trump's good friend, President Macron, should either call elections or even resign over that?
Well, I can tell you the White House and the National Security Council are very much aware of this situation, but I think it would be imprudent of me to weigh in on French internal politics from the podium, so I will reserve comment on that. Behind you, yes.
What is President Trump's expectations for talks today and I guess this week in Egypt? And is there a new timeline that the president is giving all sides to reach an agreement?
Yes, there are technical talks happening right now in Egypt amongst Special Envoy Witkoff and Mr. Kushner, as well as their respective parties from all sides. What we saw take place on Friday, and I have not commented on that from the podium yet, is truly remarkable. You've seen all sides of this conflict agree that this war needs to end and agree to the 20-point framework that President Trump proposed. It's an incredible achievement, and the administration is working very hard to move the ball forward as quickly as we can. The president wants to see a ceasefire. He wants to see the hostages released, and the technical teams are discussing that as we speak to ensure that the environment is perfect to release those hostages. They're going over the lists of both the Israeli hostages and also the political prisoners who will be released, and those talks are underway, and the president is very much on the ball and is being apprised of this situation.
A Sunday evening deadline. Obviously, the negotiations have extended that, I imagine. What is that new deadline? Does the president have a time frame in mind to see this phase implemented?
Well, the Sunday evening deadline was to hear back from Hamas on the proposal one way or another. And of course, on Friday, Hamas put out a very clear statement in the president's view that they accept the president's framework, and that's why those technical talks are now underway. But again, we want to move very quickly on this, and the president wants to see the hostages released as soon as possible. Steve.
How long do you expect those technical talks to last, Caroline?
I don't want to draw a red line up here, Steve. Of course, it's very important, as I just mentioned, that we get this done quickly. That's how the president's team feels, so we can get some momentum, get the hostages out, and then move to the next part of this, which is really ensuring that we can create a lasting and durable peace in Gaza and ensure that Gaza is a place that no longer threatens the security of Israel or the United States.
What do you expect to be on the agenda for the president's meeting with the Prime Minister of Canada tomorrow?
I'm sure trade will be a topic of discussion tomorrow, and all of the other issues that are facing both Canada and the United States. I know the president looks forward to having that discussion with Carney in the Oval Office. Caitlin.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions. On the layoff of federal workers, potentially, the president said yesterday that Democrats will be to blame if federal workers lose their jobs. Historically, though, in past shutdowns, workers have been furloughed, but they have not been laid off en masse. So wouldn't that be the president's call to lay people off?
As I've said repeatedly, Caitlin, this conversation about layoffs would not be happening right now if the Democrats did not vote to shut the government down. And as I also said last briefing as well, we are $37 trillion in debt, and the government is not receiving any cash. So someone has to look at the balance sheet and be good stewards of the American taxpayer dollar. And layoffs are an unfortunate consequence of that.
Term, for example.
Well, as I'm telling you now, this administration is focusing on checking the balance sheet and ensuring we're doing the right thing by the American taxpayer. And again, these conversations about layoffs would not be happening in the White House today if not for the Democrat shutdown. And they have a choice to change that. They have another opportunity tonight to do the right thing to reopen the government. Joey.
Judge over the weekend. Sorry, my second question. A federal judge over the weekend that the president had appointed to the bench in his first term in office basically argued that he could not deploy other states' National Guards to Portland. Basically said that it was untethered, his argument, to what is actually happening on the ground. Which local officials in Portland have said that the National Guard is needed there?
With all due respect to that judge, I think her opinion is untethered in reality and in the law. The president is using his authority as Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Code 12406, which clearly states that the president has the right to call up the National Guard in cases where he deems it's appropriate. And if you look at what has happened in Portland, Oregon, for more than 100 nights, I was talking to our law enforcement team about it this morning, for more than 100 days, night after night after night, the ICE facility has been really under siege by these anarchists outside. They have been disrespecting law enforcement. They've been inciting violence. We saw, again, a guillotine rolled out in front of this federal building. And so the president wants to ensure that our federal buildings and our assets are protected. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. And ultimately, in the case in Los Angeles, that judge ruled in the Ninth Circuit, that panel of judges ruled that those troops could remain and that the president was well within his authority to do so. So we are appealing that decision. As you know, we expect a hearing on it pretty quickly, and we're very confident in the president's legal authority to do this, and we're very confident we will win on the merits of the law.
But no local officials that you can point to that have said we need the National Guard? Because I spoke to the police chief of Portland last week. He said that the president's claims just don't match up with what's happening on the ground.
I would encourage you as a reporter to go on the ground and to take a look at it for yourself, because there's been many members of the press, not press in this room, but independent journalists, some of whom we'll be inviting to the White House very soon to share their stories, because they have been in the middle of these riots and they have witnessed the anarchy that is taking place night after night. It's on video. You should play it on your show. You have a great opportunity on prime time on CNN to show your audience. Yeah, but you're probably talking to partisan Democrat officials who are opposed to everything this president does. You should also ask the people who live in Portland. We've actually heard from many members of the community who have said that this is complete civil disobedience. It's a mess. It's been loud. It's been troubling for neighbors in the community who are just trying to live peacefully. And these people are not there to peacefully protest. They are there to cause mayhem and havoc.
Yeah, Karoline.
Stephen, go ahead.
Thank you, Karoline. Two questions. First, do you have a reaction to reports that thousands of Cuban troops are deployed alongside Russia fighting in Ukraine? And on a very different matter, the president last week floated in an interview with our colleague Daniel from One America a rebate for tariffs of up to $2,000 per person. Is that plan contingent on the Supreme Court's upcoming ruling on the legality of the tariffs? And is the White House preparing for legislation to make that happen?
Sure. On the first point, I have not seen that report, Stephen, but I'll check in with our national security team after this and we'll get you an update. To your second point about the tariff rebates, I think it's an idea that the president has discussed and floated with his team of advisors, but no decision has been firmly made at this point in time. Why don't we go to the back? Owen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A few days ago, President Trump demanded Jay Jones in Virginia get out of the race for condoning political violence in a text message against a Republican politician a few years ago. He hasn't left the race. He hasn't dropped out. What's the president's reaction?
Well, as you know, I'm not at liberty to discuss political races from the podium. I think the president himself made his position very clear, and I think anyone could agree the messages that were sent by this Democrat nominee for Attorney General in Virginia are really shocking, alarming, and completely unacceptable. He was threatening to kill his opponent and his opponent's children, and that type of rhetoric has zero place in our country, and the president was absolutely right to condemn that.
One more, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. The Democrats have questioned and scrutinized the president's comments about using potentially the military, American cities, as training grounds for the military. And when you look at Portland, Chicago, local and state officials say that their local law enforcement is able to handle the situations, these protests on the ground. The president says that Portland is burning, using that as justification for the National Guard in Portland. But when you look here in Washington, D.C., the president just last week said it is now a completely safe city, and there are still National Guard members on the streets that are not involved in ICE activities. Can you provide the justification for the White House here in Washington, D.C., why the National Guard members continue to be out on the streets?
Because Washington, D.C. has invited the National Guard here. Why? Because the mayor is doing the right thing, unlike mayors in other cities like Portland, as Caitlin and others have pointed out, who refuse to see that there are positive results from when local law enforcement works with federal law enforcement to do the right thing on behalf of their citizens. And Washington, D.C. is no doubt a safer city right now, today, than it was a few months ago when President Trump started this initiative to make D.C. safe again. And the National Guard is still here because the president and the mayor agree that it's a good thing for the city. Just like you're seeing in Memphis. For instance, we'll have National Guard deployed to Memphis. We have federal agents who are on the ground working with state and local law enforcement. The state police in Tennessee are part of this effort. The local metropolitan police in Memphis are part of this effort. State and local law enforcement and federal law enforcement should be working together. And it's a shame that we see in some cities across the country that their mayors are just simply refusing to cooperate because they don't like Donald Trump. And that's what this boils down to. And I don't think any American would disagree that Chicago needs more law enforcement reinforcements, that they need more resources. Look at this headline from over the weekend. At least 30 people shot during the weekend in Democrat-run Chicago. 5 of them were killed in one weekend. This is completely unacceptable, and the president wants to make American cities safer, and he's willing to work with anyone to do it.
If the courts allow you to ultimately send in the National Guard into Chicago and Portland, do Democrats not have reason to be concerned that there are long-term plans by this administration to keep U.S. military or the National Guard in American cities, like what we're seeing here in Washington?
Why should they be concerned about the federal government offering help to make their cities a safer place? They should be concerned about this. They should be concerned about the fact that people in their cities right now are being gunned down every single night. And the president, all he's trying to do is fix it. And there has been a complete smear campaign by the Democrats and the media, quite frankly. I was reading Political Playbook this morning, one of the most inside the Beltway newsletters you can find. And you guys are framing this like the president wants to take over the American cities with the military. The president wants to help these local leaders who have been completely ineffective in securing their own cities. And we have already seen there's a positive formula for that. Look at Washington, D.C. The murder rate has declined significantly. Our streets are safer. People who live here feel safer. All of you in this room, I know you do, you just won't admit it. And it's a proven system that works, and the president wants to make America's cities safe again. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions, if I may.
Because the mayor wants them. Michael.
These talks in Egypt, if Hamas does agree to relinquish power and give it up, cede power to this transitional technocratic government, if that does happen, would the Trump administration then recognize a Palestinian state?
Look, I don't want to get ahead of the technical talks right now, Michael. They're extremely sensitive. They're taking place, again, as we speak, and there's a lot of, there's many things to discuss, of course. This is, hopefully, we expect and we hope going to be one of the greatest peace deals this world has ever seen. And the Trump administration is working diligently and working very hard to get there. And as I said, Friday, all terms agreed. We have the Arab countries who are working with us. Of course, Israel has been incredible in cooperating with the president's plan and agreeing to it. And we're very hopeful, and we expect that to continue.
Caroline, you tweeted about this over the weekend.
Thank you. I was going to you in the blue shirt and tie.
Thank you,
yes,
Caroline.
You're welcome.
The Daily Mail. Today, the Supreme Court declined to hear Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal. Will Trump rule out granting her clemency? Is that something the White House is considering?
It's not something I've heard discussed. And we don't comment on clemency requests that may or may not have been made, but I'm certainly not tracking that one at this point in time.
Caroline.
Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. So we're talking about these radical groups in Portland and Chicago. I know the president has spoken about potentially going after George Soros with RICO charges and for funding all of this violence. Has there been any update on that? And also, is the administration looking into the other nonprofits, maybe taking away their 501c3 status for funding this violence? And one more question.
Sure. The financial backing of these groups, particularly Antifa, is certainly something the administration is looking into aggressively. And the federal government has never really been mobilized or tasked with doing that. So we're kind of kickstarting that into gear. The FBI is working on it alongside the White House's Homeland Security Task Force. We have our intelligence community looking into this as well. And even the Secretary of Treasury is involved with these matters since they are financial in nature. And we will continue to get to the bottom of who is funding these organizations in this organized anarchy against our country and our government. It's a question the American people have been begging the answer for many years, and we're committed to uncovering it. And when we do, I'm sure you'll be one of the first people to know.
Separately, Caroline.
Thank you. So Gaza, under the president's plan, is going to be governed by a transitional governance of a technocratic, apolitical Palestinian committee made up of qualified Palestinians and international experts. Now, And given how radicalized the Palestinian population is in Gaza and in the West Bank, can you offer some insight or guidance into who are some of these Palestinians that are going to be considered for leadership roles in Gaza, and where you're going to be finding them, and do you have any names?
We're not quite there yet, Jonathan. The president believes peace is possible in Gaza, and that's why he presented this detailed and comprehensive plan. The first step of that is securing a ceasefire and releasing the hostages, and then those conversations about ensuring a durable and lasting peace can continue. But what do you need to have peace in a region like Gaza that's been war-torn for far too long? You need security guarantees, and you need good governance. And so those will be two of the priorities that this administration is focused on.
If I may, the president has said he wants the government to reopen this week in a deal. What's going to happen by the end of the week if there's no deal? What's the White House prepared to do?
With no deal with what?
To reopen the government.
Look, as I said, unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of pain inflicted. There already is on the American public, on our troops who are not being paid, again, on women and young children who depend on critical food assistance. We hate to see this, and in fact, the Office of Management and Budget is trying to do everything they can to find funds to get out the door for these vulnerable populations in our country. Again, we shouldn't be having to do that. The Democrats have a chance to change course tonight. I believe the vote's taking place at 6:30, and we urge Democrat senators to vote to reopen the government and to do the right thing. Thanks, guys.